watching this on not Tuesday, welcome to whatever day of the week it is, wherever you are. Happy whatever day of the week it is. This is a reformed stream. I am a reformed streamer going to law school. There is absolutely no toxicity and no swearing in law school streams. I made a little note for myself since I'm reformed. You guys, I made a little note and it says no swears. No swears. And then I put a little swear counter at the bottom. So I know what I've done. Look at that. So serious, no swears. I'm gonna put it right here on my screen so I'm forced to look at it. You got this. The greatest challenge in my entire life right here. No swears in the swear counter. We are playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles today. I have never played an Ace Attorney game before, like, ever. No swears. And I can't even read your message. There's gonna be, you guys, let me let you in on a little hint. There's gonna be some swears, okay? There's gonna be some swears. That's the secret. That's the secret. If you break the rule, what happens? I put a little counter on the swear counter. Define objection. That's true. I was worried people wouldn't get it and they would think that I just spelled it objection wrong. But I titled it objection because I'm Minnesotan. Well, technically I'm from Wisconsin, but like, don't tell people that, okay? Keep that between us. It's a little embarrassing. Keep that between us. Usually I would tell people in Los Angeles that I was from Minnesota. They're like, where are you from? And I just be like, Minnesota. Not Wisconsin. Not that dumpster fire. But it's objection in honor of the Midwest. But yeah, I've never played a Great Ace Attorney Chronicles game before. Everybody tells me that they're always like, how have you not? It's one of those games where like, how have you not played this game? Are you not a weeb, Sarah? And I'm like, I'm sorry, but it just looked like a game for smart people. Okay, it looked like a smart person game. And I was always like really intimidated by Ace Attorney games, you know? Like, I was always really intimidated of what if I don't understand law well enough? And then eventually I grew up and I realized I don't think you actually have to know how the law works. Wisconsin and Minnesota were the same thing anyway. Same looks too hard. I know. I don't think it's actually that. Like, going into this game, you guys, I'm gonna pose a question, which is called, do I actually, need to be smart to play this game? And then by the end of the game, or however long, whenever we get through this stream, well, I think we'll have the answer to that question. But super excited to jump into this one. This is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. This is a game that was never localized. It's one of the early Ace Attorney games, and it only came out in Japan. I believe that the plot in general is about two Japanese detectives who traveled to London at one point, which is why it probably was difficult to localize. But I just want to say, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's Ace Attorney, I don't know what to call it, musicals? And I think some of these characters are in the Ace Attorney musicals. And I love Japan because every big franchise Japan releases, like every big anime, anything really popular gets a musical. Like, it gets a musical. It's amazing. If you like Ace Attorney, look up the Ace Attorney musicals. I'm pretty sure there's just a song called Objection. Like, imagine it. This has to do with crime law. It does. Like, imagine, like, the Takeshi Mike Ace Attorney musical is dope. Isn't it, though? I love Japanese musicals, you guys. I love anime-based Japanese musicals. But anyways, I'm a little nervous. I'm reformed. I only took a law class. Does Ace Attorney exist before the video games? No, I'm pretty sure it was just the video games, but they were so popular and so well received, they have a musical, and it's a bop. Go look it up. God, I love my singing attorneys. There's a live action movie too. Well, heck, let's jump in. You sound like a bird lawyer. I would be a bird lawyer. I would be. Okay, select adventure. Also, the music is great. New game. Hope I don't have to be smart. I already love it. I already love it.
The Empire of Japan, After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Let me know if you need me to turn the volume
The
up, by the way.
revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Hello? Did somebody get shot? Okay, we'll turn it up a little bit.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Is that me? Look at my little Japanese uniform. Such a good boy. Bienvenue à le Carnaval, the adventure of the great departure. I don't think they need to type all of it out. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants. I don't know what those words mean. I don't know. These are some words, that's for sure. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Why is fate lit up? What does that mean? What does that mean? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares. Murderer, what? Here, maybe I should just do this on a controller. This might be easier. Sorry. Did I just get called a murderer? My name is Runosuke Naruhodo. It's the return of Pogsuke. It's the return of Pogsuke. So I don't like claim to be a native Japanese speaker, but if you listen to a lot of animes, you'll usually hear the characters go, Naruhodo, when like somebody does a really long explanation. Naruhodo means like I understand, or I see, or I get it. It's like what you say when you're like in like deep speculation and you're like, yeah, I get it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. That feels too on the nose. A little bit. It is a little bit. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. Yume means famous, by the way. They're really just throwing it in there. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. Whoa, look at this guy! His bandana's flowing inside. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Look at, and he's got like a law armband. Look at him, he's so cool. And who are you? You can tell this guy is important because we can see his eyes. I'm this man's lawyer, and I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. What are you gonna do, kill him? So hold your tongue. Technicalities, look at you haven't even graduated yet. Look at him. Do you doubt this man? He brought a sword to the courthouse, okay? He's not gonna lose. Do all lawyers in Japan have swords? I don't know, but they should. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right. Yunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. How many more years for the series to introduce voice acting? 20 more years. Honestly, they should just get the people who did the musical to voice it. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. Kazuma Kiryu, is that you? Ha ha ha. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? No, I mean, I hope you would know that. You're my lawyer. Why is somebody hitting me? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Okay, apparently in the Japanese games, Phoenix Wright's name is Ryuichi Naruhodo, so our character's name is a reference to that. Very cool, very cool. Then there's nothing to worry about. There's a lot happening. Like, there's a lot of, like, bips, bings, and bongs, and, like, sound effects and screen shaking, which I find a little unnecessary, but maybe it's a charm. It's a charm. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent. Yunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. Yeah, look how cool he is. Look how cool he is! He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. Are you telling me he's pre-law? Are you saying he's pre-law? Sugoi. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. Yeah, that's because yeah. It was a little oopsie-doopsie, a little kerfuffle, a little whoopsie-dupsie with the government suddenly becoming westernized. So crazy. How did that happen? My qualifications don't mean much yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. I wonder what happened. Wild. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Oh, look at my best friend. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. Look at that. Even indoors, his headband is still flowing. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. You're like an undergrad and like law's only been around for, what, like 3 years? I don't know, what year is it? So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. His temples? His temple? Like, his body is a temple? I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. Oh yeah, tear it up, cut a rug. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. When do I get to do the objections? It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Objection. Let me just move this off the screen. Asogi, may I have a word? Whoa! I know I want to change the legal system. Ooh, not sure, but Professor, I didn't know you were coming. This man looks like a Pokemon. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Oh, is this the tutorial? Who is this man? Looks like a Pokemon. I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. I think, is this who we end up with? Alright then, Yunosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. I feel like I should be way more nervous. Like, I'm being tried for murder of a professor in my university. Like, I would be absolutely free. My anxiety would be through the roof. Like, this is not good. Ugh, this is awkward. Anyways, I'm not a murderer, if I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Yeah, Naruhodo and Kazuma end up together. Nice. Nice. You must be the defendant. Nunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, yes, that's right. At least in everything I've written. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. Wow, these names, they're really like throwing curveballs here. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Like, can I get like a Tanaka or something? Or like a Honda? Or why is it gotta be hard to say? Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Bing! Best friends. He thinks I'm his best friend? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, he dies. Oh no, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. Wow, that's kind of harsh. What? It's a little unnecessary. Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. You murderer. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. Ding! He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has chosen from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable circumstances. I don't believe it. That's a little, but I should have thought of that before you murdered someone. I didn't do it, I swear, I'm not a murderer. Sounds like exactly what a murderer would say. Oh wait, this is me, I'm sure that's true, nevertheless. I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. Can't I just say I didn't do it? You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. Sir, I would like to know now. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Ha ha ha. Right, so as soon as, wow, the music is absolutely bopping. As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. Is this a trap? I do. But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? That's what I'm worried about. Of course not. Defendant! So dramatic. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. I don't trust this man. I'm not. Yeah, are we getting married? Like, the judge is gonna ask you to lawfully take Kazuma as your husband. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to surmise. Wow, somebody got their dictionary out. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. What? Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What? What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyways. I'm not a murderer. Innocent until proven guilty. This is it. If this trial goes badly. Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, sometimes you can only really understand the name pun if you know what kanji they've used in the name pun. I'll be found guilty of murder. I love how they like highlight the words. It reminds me of college where I would go through a textbook and like with a highlighter and highlight what I was reading. I'll be found guilty, highlight, murder. Murder guilty. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. I've only played, in trial thing. 22nd November, 9 o'clock a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Courtroom 2. I like how they're so specific. Courtroom 2. Now, courtroom 1 would have been too obvious. So, like, throw us in courtroom 2, because we're not that important. Oh, God, he's so cool. He's so cool. I'm so lame in comparison. He's never been in a courtroom before. So this is a courtroom. I gotta say, this is the coolest courtroom I've ever seen, because the courtrooms I've been in have just been super depressing. The Supreme Court, I can't say that word, judicature? No court in the land has more power. We're so intense, we're so cool. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Why do they all look like soldiers? Why did they all wear matching outfits? Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have determined that this be a secret trial. Why? A secret trial. Why? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Sketch. That's sketch. 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 Only military and government officials may attend? Sketch. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Yunosuke. It's about to begin. I want to do that. Oh my god! They're so cool! The court will now hear the trial of Yunosuke Naruhodo. This is too intense for me. I know, the only courtroom things I've played have been Danganronpa. So every time you accuse someone, they would just die immediately after. So I don't know how this one works. I'm so scared. Do they still wear these outfits? I don't think they do, but I really hope they do. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. I'm so upset that I look like that and he looks like this. Can I swap? I would like to play the attractive character. The one with the bear, yeah. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Look at how cool it is. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it, is it? This must be the question. Oh, I'm advocating for myself over him. Most of us are Naruhodos. But then, if I say I do, guys, my anxiety cannot handle this. Do not take me to court. I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Oh no! Fuck it, I studied law. Oh no, put it on the swear counter. Put it on the swear counter. 1. How could you? I'm sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry. Do it. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate. What? I refuse to let you go down for me, Kazuma. Hello, yes, do you have a question? What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? Did I just embarrass myself? I would like to inform the court that I, Yunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? Well, what are you playing at, Yunosuke? Oh, don't look at me like that. Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. No, don't look at me like that. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. No! Are we not gonna date anymore? It means you don't have faith in me. No, that's not true. I love you. You think I won't be able to get you off? No! No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... I'm not gonna... If you guys have... I assume most of you have never played, like, dating simulator games, but this is basically what it is. This is what it's like. And then they ask you 2 questions, and then I always answer the wrong way, and then everybody leaves me in the end. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Soft reset. Go back. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Whenever I play dating simulators, guys, I always play with a guide, like right next to me while I play. Because if you don't like do all the correct answers, you'll just end up in like a bad end, and you'll probably die. So I date IRL. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Guys, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know law. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocent is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Yeah, I don't have like... I'm honestly brimming with confidence. Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Oh no. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. Holy shit, he's so cool. Don't look at him. Don't look at him, Sarah. Don't let him distract you. I realize you're in charge now, but still try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court. Stop! I don't know how to say judicature of Japan, did I swear? I didn't even realize it. I was so flustered by Kazuma's appearance. That confidence, what can I say? Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Can we all appreciate the prosecutor being named Ouchie, aka Ouchie? Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Judicature. So am I saying it right? Okay, judicature. Yes, Your Excellency. I think they're gonna make me say it like 10 more times. Judicature. Thank you. It is therefore my duty to assess your your competence for the task you've undertaken. Guys, oh no. Not a competence assessment. What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Don't look at me, Kazuma. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes? Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. It's me, right? No, it's the professor. I mean, I'm also feeling a little bit like a victim, though. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. I was gonna say myself, you guys, honest to God. It's me, I'm the victim. It's me, I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again? Yunosuke. Oh, he's so cool. I'm sorry. Well, let me guess, your mind's gone blank. Is he like reveling in my suffering? You know me so well. So this game takes place in what I want to assume. I don't want to like assume it's wrong, but like I want to say Meiji Restoration. Is that wrong, you guys? The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Basically, it was this era in Japan where kind of like East versus West were meeting. So you still see people wearing like kimono and yukata and like everything is very Japanese. But then like there's this is kind of when the West started getting really popular in Japan. So that's why you see like You know, more Western buildings and Western clothes. It's a very interesting period of Japanese history. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that, oh no. It's simple, you can access the court record with a press of RB. Is it simple? Is it simple? If you ever find yourself you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press RB. Should I press it? I'm pressing it. Oh, University Collar Pin. This is the list of everything you've collected. Now try switching to people with RB. So I only have a pin and a book? Oh, you'll find details about all the victims here. And when you're done, press B to go back. Wow, this is all just in my mind? His name is... I killed a British man? Oops. His name is John H. Wilson, 47. The victim of this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court records. Okay, the 19th century? Now you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. What was his name? John H. Wilson? Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press Y to present. Oh my god. Yes! Yes! I killed Watson? Oh no! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson, so this is supposed to be Watson, I guess. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. This isn't going very well. Like, why are they asking me who I was accused of killing? Which is the reason why this case has profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, you have just signed a new treaty. We have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigations. Wow, I have never heard of that. Can't believe it. No one's heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Wild. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilled on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? I know, somebody killed a white man! Straight to jail. Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Why is there a... But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny for my allies on the other side of the world. There's a lot of chit-chatting. There's a lot of chit-chatting happening in this courtroom. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Wow, but it's not going very speedily. A lot of chit-chatting. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. They're gonna make me the fall guy. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. Heck yeah, I am. Darn tootin'. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. Guys, we are screwed. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. On a date with Kazuma. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Wink. Oh my god, he vanished. He's a ghost. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. Is that a British man? In my Western restaurant? It's like a character meet and greet at Disney. I've seen that man at the university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. You don't have to. I don't have that kind of confidence. Wowie, are you a white man? Wowie. So I went over to the professor's table. Look at me, I'm so cute. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. That made a really unsatisfying sound. That was like a tap. That was like a light tap. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death. Getting his brains blown out. That was, Yunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. Why is he judging me by evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do I have the gun on me? Find the piece of evidence. Oh, is it this? Is it? Oh, it's okay. I thought that I was like holding the gun, and I was like, then we're definitely gonna get tried for murder. Like, I have the murder weapon. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. What? Oh, okay. It's still in there. I got it. Here.
Yes!
Yes! Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. That sure looks... He didn't even get to finish his steak! You guys! He died before he got to eat his steak. That is messed up. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. This is really the greatest tragedy. It was a mistake. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. This modern scientific evidence? Is that a photograph? Oh, the photograph print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Wow, that's something I've never seen before. Modern technology, am I right? It's clearly superior to a drawing. Imagine me trying to like draw somebody getting a shot. It would just be like a stick figure with like a bullet wound in it and like some blood leaking out, and I'd be like, this is what it looked like. I swear. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. We can confirm that a man was shot. Let us start the trial. Oh, we're starting now? That wasn't the trial? Certainly, Your Excellence. So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ugh. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Localization score. Localization score would be... I can't rate it yet, but I would say they sure had a thesaurus on them. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Wink. Ah, of course. I can't, you guys, I apologize that I can't wink well. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Wink. He really has been sticking his oar in it, hasn't he? What does that mean? What does that mean? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. I can't do that, that's too hard. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Who is this? Oh, sir, you don't have to. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Hosonaga, of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival. Oh my god, he's got COVID. What the f— I almost swear, you guys, that man has blood coming out of his mouth. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some— Oh my god. It's a regular occurrence, it really doesn't bother me. I think you should see a doctor. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grime crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery 3 days ago. This game doesn't have the girl who stands behind, but it does have Pogske. Understood, Hosonaga-san. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the inspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh man, all I know is petty interjections. Perspiring, maybe, but aspiring? Ah ha ha ha! It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. Sir! Oh my, for the love of God! It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery. Should this man be handling food? I don't think so. That's disgusting. Putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. Thank you, Andy Uchi, for the tier 1 sub! 19th century. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Oh, accused university student.
Yes!
Why would I be saying— why was the gun in my hand? Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that— no! Why would you pick it up? Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor besides the professor. I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. Objection! The court wishes to listen to the witness report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Inosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. How come he has a sword? For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today? Again, please go see a doctor. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? Bruh, I think he did it. Look at him. Look at him. No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. I'm just gonna accuse everybody, and then I'll be right eventually. Huh, wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Inosuke? That's just not right! When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, a woman? There was a woman sitting opposite of him at the table. It's always a woman. I'm just gonna throw everyone in jail. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. Because she ordered a kitty cocktail. Oh god, see, he's evil. Anyone who pushes up their glasses like that is evil. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Oh no! I want to interject, but what if he says that there's a woman there, and then I look bad? Set the traps. I feel like we should wait and then be like, and then can we just be like, when we get to go, it's like a rap battle, right? So when they're done with their bit, then we can be like, you never said that there was a woman sitting at the table. Thank you, Annucci, for hanging out. Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait because maybe I've learned a lesson. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. It sounds like me. You know, Skye, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have gone to Yume University otherwise. His parents had to tell him to study. But you can't just always follow the rules. What do you want from me? What do you want? If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was allowed to talk right now. All right. You've scared me. I won't forget this piece of advice. Apparently, I've learned nothing. I am the worst lawyer. And there is something I want to say, and I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it. Yeah, that way it won't matter. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Objection! Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. I'm literally not even a lawyer. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real... I'm not a lawyer! How much... But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? Perhaps you were coughing up some blood and you missed it? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. Is like the woman gonna show up? I don't believe it. Is this because women don't count as people? I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Is the X where the man died? Please, have a look if you'd like it. Yes. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by... He literally just said he drew it. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. Let's look at the other side of the... Do waiters need business cards? Like, let me know if you would like me to wait tables at your next establishment, please. Accept my business card. He drew that floor plan to kill the guy, exactly. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Where am I in the drawing? Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. A little too conscientious, I would say. Thank you, sir. Wait, look at him. Anyone who walks around in that getup is not to be trusted. The court will take this plan and add it to the court records as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once! Of course, here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. He's just gonna have like a heart attack. Something seems to have shaken him. Are you, sir? Put a mask on! Jesus! So, the court has now heard a process of the case. Yes. Wait, can I look at the court records? Can I turn it over? Back. No. Can I look at the back of it? YMCA. Can I look at the back of it? As you can see, this has an X on it, which I assume is where the person died. YMCA. There's some writing on it. I can see the back of it through the card. You can see the other side, because this is writing that I just can't see yet. There's an X? The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. Wait, so nobody cares about the lady I saw? It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Do I look like a murderer? Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. Guys, they're gonna kill me. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Who? I thought they said nobody else was there! What do you think I should do, Kazuma? Kazuma, help! Help me, Kazuma! What do you mean? Kazuma! Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. I mean, I think we're like screwed either way. Like, we're absolutely gonna get the death penalty either way. So it just might as well go all in my opinion. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to now throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? Wow, he really takes things very personally. What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocent by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? Yes. 100%. The battle hasn't even begun yet, Nunosuke. You didn't say we had to bring swords. Ah! The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. Is he allowed to do that? We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive the evidence really is. Oh, I forgot there were other people here. Tap. Indeed. Prosecutor Auchi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. I can be your angel and your devil. Hit. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. They're gonna kill me. The prosecution calls its next witness. Tap. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. These people? Oh my god. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the effloricists of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Nasite, a humble premises in this— I can't even speak English anymore, you guys— in the 2nd District. Kyuryo Korekuda at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing! Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. And do you know how hard it is for me to just say what he's saying? He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have had an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right? I see. Although, to be honest, we were also there. And we are not rich. That sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Bam. Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war. Where's the wind on the bandana coming from? It is coming from his sheer awesomeness. He's literally so confident. He's so confident. The bandana never stops blowing in an unseen wind. Why is there, what was it? Was that a baby crying? It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. Was that a baby crying? This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. It was a baby, right? Did we all hear a baby? So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. I heard like a "What?" Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Oh my god, is this a Strand game? Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Was that not a baby? Come on. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Like, we get it. You had a thesaurus, but like, I'm trying to read a game and stream it at the same time, and people are gonna think that I can't speak English. I know. Death Stranding everywhere. The baby did it. Why is this man shaking? What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Whoa, he got a new vase! Where'd that vase come from? Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. He's old people shake. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed... Come on, that's a baby. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. From the back? Wasn't I talking to him? Objection. I was not behind him. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Honestly, every time this man says a word and I can correctly pronounce it, I'm just so proud of myself. Well, so you see Sergeant Nosa actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Also, why he has a knife! Sir, get down! The man has a knife. I'm pretty sure this old man did it. Like, look at him. He's just like taking knives out in the middle of the courtroom. Excuse me? Also, I just want to point out that somebody in the chat, thank you, Joe, brought up the fact that this guy's name is Iesa Nosa, which is yes, sir, no, sir. Iesa Nosa. Get it? And the other guy has the word curio in his name. Look at him. He can't just, like... What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. Sir, please put that knife away. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true? Kazuma! All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You guys, if you see a gun on the floor, don't pick it up. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Why would you pick that up? I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Well, that's the truth. There was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who the criminal was. I mean, I blame the old man. What was he doing on the floor? Yunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of the Hello? I have a question. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to cross-examine. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next to you told me to do it. How pathetic. Oh, the Hachimaki headband boy next door. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins. You keep saying that, like, oh, the battle hasn't even started yet, but I'm literally fighting for my life. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right? Evidence? All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Okay, well, we have the photograph that shows the man was clearly shot from the front, and that guy said that he was shot from the back, so he's a fool. Now let's go, Yunosuke. Don't let them beat you. All right, then. It's all or nothing. It's like a Pokemon battle. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Oh, so he like lost something? Something was stolen? So he was looking for whatever he lost. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Yunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing RB. Oh, okay. Go through each witness statement and the details of each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. Do you really think someone would do that? Just enter a court of law and tell lies? An inconsistency. Who would do that? When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with why and rip the witness apart. Okay, I'll rip them. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be giving a penalty. Wow, what is this? Sports? If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again, as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Wink. Okay, I only know this one. Why does that guy have a sword in the courtroom? Because he's very cool. And they let you have him when you look really... If you look cool enough with a samurai sword, they'll let you take it anywhere. Okay, this is where it is. This is it. Yes! Bam! Bam, bam, bam! Bam, 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 bam! You liar! Lies! Lies! I learn more about Japanese culture every stream. Lies! Why is everybody acting like that? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? My mustache? In inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. I'm slamming my hands on my desk. I don't know if it has the same effect. It's from IKEA. It's mostly particle board. What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this print is being... Wait, why am I bad at this? And that there's no place for an amateur student here in the grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Why can't I just say it? Why am I so bad at this? He's so cool. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? He's so cool. What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Iesanosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. Yes! But no, that just can't be. Why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. I just can't help, I just keep looking at the fact that he didn't finish his steak. And that's not killing somebody before they finish their steak is like a bigger crime, okay, than killing someone after they had gotten to finish their steak. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, see, he has a baby! He has a baby! The baby shot him! The baby shot him. What? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. If the baby shot him, this is game of the year. There he is again! He does, see, this is another Strand game. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. The witness, Sergeant Yesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Ugh, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Yeah! Oh, see, oh, it's a cute baby! There's been it's so cute. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. He's so cool, you guys, it's not fair. It's really not fair. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. They said it. They said the game. Ew, it's the snot bubble, you guys. It's not cute anymore, it's disgusting. But I definitely saw him. Get that baby out of my face. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man? You didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure? The vibration. Treasure? Oh my god! Indeed, the Hoya Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute. This guy's just here to promote his shop. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I offered my Hawaii treasure. Hashayan. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? He's hustling. Hunting around under the table I was. Is this guy Yoda? In case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hawaii treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hawaii Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Oh, that's right, turn on each other. Turn on each other! As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain, oh no, by telegraph this very afternoon. That's not a very good deadline. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Auchi? Haha, worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. What? What? My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain! Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. Cut the telegraph lines. The equally despicable defendant Yunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Tap. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. We will thoroughly examine the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. I don't know if Kiriko glass is clear, but maybe it is. Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative, the newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name? Aido. I don't know, sir. Is that supposed to be I don't know, sir? I don't know, sir. Aido Nosa. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Or he's just a father. Aido. Tishan. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Oh, I hate snot babies. Watch and learn, my boy. That's disgusting. Keep your snot in your nose. Witness testimony. The true culprit. I still think it was the baby. I think this guy, since they accused him of being poor for having to take care of his own child, I think he stole the coin. And I don't know, I just think he took the coin. I know, obviously can't afford a nanny. You poor, just call him a dirty poor. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. It's really not the same thing, but go on. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Got a bunch of liars in this room. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only person present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. I know we don't see women as people, but they're certainly bodies. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of the fact. In this photograph print of the scene of the crime, counsel, is this? He didn't even get to finish his steak. Oh, he got to eat a little bit of it. That's good. Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. What do we do, guys? What do we say? Certainly, based on we know women don't eat, so that doesn't really help. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. Yeah, these guys took awful photos. Ugh, this doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. The woman surely would have left some makeup or something behind. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. She's right there. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. This game would be a lot harder if you see ghosts. Yeah, it would. It would suck. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takasuchi Auchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. Oh my god. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Yunosuke. It's not over yet. Kazuma, is that you? My friend! What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth I really don't know, you guys. In your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. Does it have something to do with the fact that the guy was looking at his steak? And if he was looking at his steak, the guy would have not been there? Like, how could he see his steak? Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment that the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Again, it's not. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I myself did see. It's another meat incident. Nikojikyo meat incident. Furthermore, a visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Okay, I'm really confused about what this is supposed to mean. The head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant layout. And he's like, the waiter said I marked where everybody sat? But there's no marks. Like, yeah, it's that Terrace House incident. Like, there's no marks. Like, there's no other people. Like, I'm not even on here. He just marked the dead body. It's useless. It's useless. And then here's the meat. It's delicious. You can see he took a bite of it. And then a fork and a knife. Can we see the dead guy? We've already seen the dead guy. There's another chair here. Here's the dead guy. And then it said, here's the post-mortem. It says, single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound, bullet did not pass through body. So that's not it. I'm thinking it has to do with the steak. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Yeah, I can't tell if the steak was eaten. What do you think, Yunosuke? I don't know, bud. Oh. What's the matter? Why does this guy look so disappointed in me? Like my life isn't on the line right now. I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You are not helpful. You are not. I can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against each of the witnesses' statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on it with LB. I know nobody's ever calmed down when someone's told them to calm down. Yeah, true. He may or may not be helpful, but he sure is dreamy. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. It's too bad he wants to be a lawyer. Right? I see. The important point is there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witness on it and press them hard. Alright, got it. I'm gonna press them so hard. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant. I'm sure of it. And one way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes!
That's not true. I mean, I don't know why I'm pressing him. No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. Oh, uniformed. I was like, why would he call himself uninformed? I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Good for you. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Shut. The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Grrr. Grrr. And let us not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korakuta-san? He's got me there with the blinking. I don't have a follow-up for that. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I myself did see.
Yes!
I don't think I was ever pointing it. I'm just gonna keep pressing people. You're all getting pressed. It may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's because I picked it up off the floor. Oh, big yawn. Well, obviously as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it. That's a really, if I killed someone and they were like, I saw you with the gun, I feel like I picked it up off the floor would not be my go-to. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when... Yeah, I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. What if Dr. Wilson killed himself because the steak was so bad? How about that? At exactly that moment. Bang. So what we're saying is there was two guns. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is... Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Please put the knife away, sir. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament. Well, one of us is gonna die. I don't think this is not the same. Anyways, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Pretty damning. Furthermore, a visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Press. Get pressed. Yes! Get pressed. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. It's true, though. There was a lady there. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, and someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was always past 2 when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder, they told me to press hard, okay? I'm pressing hard. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day and why he was alone. He wasn't alone! Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. I'm pressing as hard as I can, you guys. What is that, counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hotel clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. But now I'm pressing, and now there's like more evidence coming in. Noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case. I wonder, what do you think? You know, Skate, I don't know. It's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask? Yeah, put it in. Put it in. Ask to be submitted.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? On the grounds that it's important to me, damn it. Oh. There goes the swear counter. Yeah, I only get a strike if I bring up evidence that doesn't have anything to do with the statements they make. The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Objection. Whether or not they are a concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You heard him. You heard the man with the sword and the headband. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. I want to see it. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Youngsters and their need for rights. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Okay, I want to read it. The victim's medical report card has been entered into the court record. Okay, I want to see. Let me see. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. See? I'm exploring irrelevant things. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Is that a saying that I don't understand? That, like, we missed it? Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kodakuchi-san. Look who it is! It's my little assistant, Poggers. It's Pogskate. Hello, Pogskate. Are you here to help? Are you here to help? Okay, Poggers, what do we pick? Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Well, I mean, you guys were there. Is that... I mean, they were there. I want to see this. Can I examine it? A medical report card from the hotel clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. I mean, like, they were there. Hold on. He needs his blanket. I mean, let's see. No one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. I don't know. Doubt?
Yes!
Press LB to doubt? Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. How many times do I have to assert that this woman exists? There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Like, how many times? Okay, I'm gonna keep doing it. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Look at him. Sus. Sus. Somebody play the Among Us imposter noise. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Bring back the COVID waiter. The The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. Bring him back! I want to talk to him! I want to have words with him. You are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. What? I mean, like, there was... And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. Oh, I'll keep doing it. Watch me. There's nothing I can say to that. Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Kazuma, help me. Excellent work, Rinosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Did we? Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. Kazuma! Help! Help! I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, this? This whole thing? Yeah, you can have it. Whatever you want. Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. I got that. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. I tried, it wouldn't let me. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. I wanted to do that. You guys, when I went to Japan to get a medical record, which you have to do once a year if you work for a company, I got pulled aside in the middle of my medical examination because I had been marked as a male and not a female on my medical records, and it was really embarrassing, and all the nurses had to make phone calls, and they were like looking at the record and then looking at me and then looking at the record again. And then I got sent back down to the front desk and they had to cross it out and put an F and not an M. I'm just glad we figured that out. Oh, I can turn things! To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Okay, here we go, guys, here we go. See, it's not me being bad, you guys. It's the game hasn't taught me how to do things. You can move the crosshair, they're very interesting, to hunt for clues that may have been missed. They mistook you for a real person? They were like, she clearly isn't existing, right? So she must be a woman because she doesn't exist in this scenario. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. Okay. So, partner, wink. I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. Wink. I'm trying. They won't let me press the button. Okay, we're going in. Wait. Oh. How come it's not letting me examine it again? And it won't let me... How do I... Hello? See if there is something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. All right, I'll see what I can do. I need to use I need to use buttons. Buttons. Okay, here we go. Medical report card required for every visit. Okay. John Wilson. Medical report card required for every visit. Let's see here. Record number. The day. Can I open it? I feel like this is against like HIPAA or something. Like we shouldn't be going through a man's medical history. Hello? Why can't I read it? Why am I blind? Let's have a look at this man's medical records. He's dead, it's fine. Ah, there's an entry for the date the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. You can't be drinking alone when you've had topical anesthesia. How could he eat? The steak was the woman's. Oh! Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? How can you eat a steak if they took your tooth out? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It's the woman's. Women can eat steak. Okay, women exist and they can eat steak. I know society finds that hard to believe, It would seem so. Just before this doesn't factor in the blinking. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Those crazy Westerners. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. With this new information, the meaning of one particular statement, well, a few of them actually, totally changes. So I think it's time you listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Just two boys, just two pals, palling around, saving the life of another person, even if what I saw did the firearm discharged. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. Da-da-da-da. Furthermore, a visual search of the premise were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman. Oh, he wasn't dining. Can I go back? Can I go back? Oh, fuck. Oh, no! Maybe I'll put it in the swear jar. Just two sweet boys palling around. I still don't feel like the situation has really changed, though. No discrepancies have come to light. They said he was dining, and he wasn't dining. Oh, I think the situation has changed a great deal. I know. I'll do it right this time, because we have what we need. I got it. I can do it. Kazuma, believe in me. Believe in me, Kazuma. There is a discrepancy. Kazuma, I can do it. I was a fool. The crucial point is the victim had been prohibited. I know. I know. The fact is, I got it. I can do it. Thinking about Dr. Wilson's circumstance at the time of the incident puts that particular statement in total different light. I can do it. Keep your eyes on the progress of the battle. I know. I'm sorry I failed you. Okay, I'm not gonna mess it up this time. Da-da-da-da. Try hard mode. That's wrong. He wasn't dining. Because he can't eat.
Yes!
Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? Man, could, like, anyone just call themselves a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost, here I'm the accused. Once again, not a lawyer. Nunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. Sasuga Sarah. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Ding! Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright? And thanks for the advice. Kurokuta-san. Kurokuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Slap. Something clearly doesn't add up. Our slaps are... Objection! Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish dribble. I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to. I'm defending myself. Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not done before that time is completely irrelevant. It is relevant. But that's, remember, Yunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. Why aren't I saying anything? Why am I, like, not good at this? The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, but it does. For the simple reason that there's no one else beside this pale-faced people who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. Ooh, did you hear that? That was a good slap. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Does it, you old man? You really believe that? You beep, beep, beep. What? The outbursts have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Does nobody read? Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? I mean, like, yes. Perhaps if I told you the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? Who eats steak after going to the dentist? Fucking monsters, that's who. And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Ding, 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 ding. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? So then who eats a steak? Don't we all listen to our doctors, you guys? Especially the dentist when we're not supposed to eat, like after we get our teeth done. Don't we all listen to that? It's the law. It's written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. They had dentists in the late 19th century. I just assume they pull teeth. It's like how they were like the people whose sole job was to go around with the saw and cut limbs off. That would be a fun job. Be like, you got a limb? I got a saw. What? No, that can't. Kurekuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. Yeah, that's how we all floss. Of course. And whenever our dentist asks, do you floss? Obviously, we all say yes, and we're not lying. We're definitely telling the truth when we say yes. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone, yet he was eating a sateki? Curious? But that cannot possibly be the case. Grr. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Even the baby was shocked. Even that baby was like, whoa. Expertly done, partner. Oh, thank you, Kazuma.
Objection!
Sometimes I floss when I want to feel superior. What is this nonsense, you little upstart? That's me, I'm a small business. These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. It's because women exist. As you can see clearly, there's a plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, do you know, Skye? Yes, Kazuma, you're so cool. I'll agree with anything you say. Yes, most definitely. Objection, this is devastating to my case. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who was eating the beefsteak? I love how it's specifically beefsteak, which is like assuming there's other kinds of steaks, which I guess there are, but also not. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? All right, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as yet unknown third party. Me. It was me. I ate it. Obviously, it could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you?
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Eating the steak. A woman eating a steak. A beef steak. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable witnesses. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Defend me with your sword, Kazuma. Kazuma! Are you insane? You would take on the government? The government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that you two deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit. Complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? I still think it was the waiter. No! What sucks is that, like, you don't get all the evidence in the beginning, and then you're just kind of stuck, like, going through it until you get something you can work with. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. You guys had a meeting without me? That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. We cracked them, boys. They've been cracked. Oh. What? What did you just say? Kurukuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman? Grr. How come no one calls me gentlewoman anymore? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with the lady from overseas? A white lady?
Objection!
What? What is the meaning of all of this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, counsel, explain what is going on here. Baby's gonna be put to death. It's painfully clear you tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. We all know people who wear glasses are villains. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, the kid doesn't want to die. That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Yunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this. I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Okay, guys, place your bets. I say it was the government, or the military, or the police. Those are all really good options. My first bet's on the government. But I guess they wouldn't do it, right? Because they just signed the... Okay, I'm gonna say it was the military. Any ideas about who might be behind... Are you asking me? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Can I turn over this yet? Can I, like, turn this over yet? Here we go, here we go. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga? I thought he was a waiter. Primary Criminal Investigation Division? It was the police! Dun, dun, dun! Can I present it? No, I can't present it. I found it! I did it! I knew it! I was like, why can't I turn it around? Of course. We'll need evidence before we make any... Okay, click it. I'll see if I can click it. Well, that's unexpected. I knew it. Waiters don't have business cards. What is? Look, do you see it? It says the witness's name here. Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here... The waiter's business card information has been updated. I wish I could just, like, present it now. Like, I don't know, seems a little important. Seems like something I should bring up now. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power. Or her, come on, let's be real. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more... I did it. I already did it. I'm so smart. I'm so smart, Kazuma. Are you proud of me? Are you proud? Kazuma, are you proud of me? I looked at the business card. I turned it over. I flipped it. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this, Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba.
Yes!
It's the waiter! No thoughts, head empty. Well, surely that would be... Satoru Hosonaga-san! Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Can I submit, like, at any point, or do I have to wait? Like, I want to be like, take my business card. Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. If the game swears and I read it, it doesn't go into the swear counter, okay? Which, by the way, we're at 4, which I feel like shows a lot of restraint and reform. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. Oh, Kazuma, you're so tricky. You're so tricky. What if he truly were? come on, you know, skate time to hit this court with the truth. Hit him with the fatty truth bomb. Let's go. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity is proven by this evidence.
Yes!
What's sloppy? So sloppy. He truly is police. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree. It shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front, because I am very smart. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. I love that I'm like not a great lawyer, but I'm just really trying. Just flip it over. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. A for effort, exactly. And the front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely good. Good gracious! He's a cop! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. My jaw, you guys, from having to like read all of this is so sore. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? See, you guys, I told you, a man who's coughing up blood would not be around food. The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it, in fact, the waiter who gave you your orders? Come here, bud. The business card has roots dating back as far as 15th century China. Interesting. Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen the foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well, just admit it, like, hold it. Ah! Inspector Hosonaga? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to, well then just admit it. Just like admit that you're a police. Is there a problem? Just admit it. He should have just said he was a police officer. Just admit it. Don't lie. You're not supposed to lie in court. It's illegal. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. Well, you kind of dropped the ball here, bud. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? Yeah, I mean, his name's on the card. You can't just make fake business cards. That's also illegal. But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course, he's poor. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. You're poor. It's not illegal. It's just not illegal. Undercover? I like that he just assumed, like, you're broke. Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. Like, did more people get shot at the restaurant? Do you guys have fake business cards that I don't know about? Now you're concerned? In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? Like, how many more people probably died at this restaurant? And now that, like, that would be classified police information. Spill it, spill the beans, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are all unrelated to this case of homicide. Lies! Lies! Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence having served at their table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? The COVID won't distract us, sir. Again, with the blood. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. What a bunch of liars. Bang. Did somebody just shoot somebody in the courtroom? Oh, no. Okay. I got so many gunshots. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? The baby is making the gunshot sound. Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? Don't be silly. Women can't kill people. I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! This is awkward. They're like, sorry kid. We really don't care about you. Oh, Kazuma's so cool. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? They let women into this university? What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Yes, we know exactly one Englishwoman, so it must be her. I mean, how many can there be, honestly? Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. I'm trying to see what the pun is there. She is indeed a foreign student. Studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical facility. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. Wow, I was gonna literally die for that. I was gonna die. It's now up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my own courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes, sir? You will locate the Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. Wow, you really dropped the ball here. Trying to get me killed. So it won't be a problem? Jesus, this man's not gonna make it there alive. Nothing will get in my way except for my own failing health, apparently. Court will adjourn briefly. This is recess. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett. I'm trying to see what Giselle... I know, like, Jezebel. But that's not it. Did I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Okay, guys, recess. And before he dies during recess. To be continued! But Giselle, to jail. She did it. Yes. Bum 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 bum. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Antechamber 5. More like, that's what I was reading it as jailbait too, you guys, I'm not gonna lie. Giselle bait. Excellent work, Inosuke, that was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat and your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him with a really, really weird name, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? He's so proud of me, look at him. I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. You know who I don't trust, you guys? People who claim to have, like, a photographic memory. And they overly claim it. You know, those people who are like, oh, I have a photographic memory. I don't trust those people who are like, don't worry, I remember everything I see. You're like, a little too confident there. So about this young gentlewoman, thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was literally staring at the gun the entire time. I know, you saw a gun on the floor. We all know you saw a gun on the floor. And then you just, what, you picked it up and you stared at it the entire time? I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Hey, it's this guy. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. I'm really liking the historical Japan spin on this, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I am the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. Imagine standing there and your best friend admits that this is like the worst crisis of your life. I would start having a breakdown immediately. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place at that restaurant. I must say I very much want to know the truth. Yeah, so do I. After all, I have personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. I know now. Thank you for telling me. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one is that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that the pair of you will put up a good fight right to the last. He doesn't think we're gonna live. He just thinks it's gonna be interesting. Best of luck. Thank you. I think. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Get away from my man! Defendant Naruhodo! Coroner test is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. No, I don't want to go in there. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Wink. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma, I have a confession to make. What? Thank you, really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Oh my god, he's so cool. Coming from you, that means a lot. Sir, you're under arrest for the crime of being too fucking cool. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. I took that swear on the chin, you guys. Okay, I knew I was gonna say it, and I refuse. And I refuse to be silenced. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. the gun that hurt Watson and Sherlock Holmes. Okay. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course! Somebody arrest him, for it's a crime to be that confident and attractive. 22nd November, Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 2. Are we getting catering? Is somebody feeding us? The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation's founders? Should that be flounders? Will you still think it's something to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation founders? I think it's supposed to be founders? Is it flounders? Is that what it's supposed to be? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile. We found a spelling error! Got him. Fucking got him. Oh, sorry, I swore again. Put it on the counter. Immersion ruined. To localization jail. 0 out of 10 translation. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. I'm just telling you guys, if I had worked on this localization, I would have caught that. Not to brag. I've caught a lot of spelling errors. They said when our nation founders, and I feel like it should have been when our nation flounders, but this is going into localization court. Unless there's a definition of the word founders that I don't know, that means to like flounder. Did you have any mistakes on your localizations? No, because I caught them all. Oh, Merriam-Webster has founder as a verb meaning to become disabled. I would take that to localization court, and I would say if your audience is going to read the word as founder, as like founders, and not the word meaning to become disabled, it doesn't hold up in court. To localization court. If you really have nothing to worry about, Yunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial? Anxiety over some foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation? Missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. We got him. Well said, Yunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. I want to know what she looks like. Yes? Your Excellency? I want to see what she looks like. Whoa! What an outfit. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan and from such a distant land. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Oh my god, they're all Westaboos. Is that true? No idea. So, simps. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. We're not talking to you. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working under, nobody cares about what you have to say. Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did. Didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Can't you see that she's a smoking hot babe? Sorry, Inosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Okay, that's a little weird. Hello? I don't speak cursive. So this must be her speaking English or something? Like, what is this? I don't speak cursive. Oh no, she speaks English! We're screwed! I think this is what made the localization so difficult, is there are parts that were in English and parts that were in Japanese. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Speaking in cursive. Speaking in cursive. Cursive. Speaking in cursive. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in UMA University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Oh, hello, Governor. Crumpets and tea and biscuits. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. As far as I can tell, pip pip cheerio. As far as I can tell, fish and chips. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously do find an England cousin why her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes. I don't know what she's saying. I don't speak cursive. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. In my mind, she has like a really horrible like Cockney accent. Like a really trashy British accent. 3 days ago at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Cursive, cursive. Cursive, cursive, cursive. I wonder if they probably had to buy this font. What did they buy, like, like, unreadable English cursive? Because I see I's, and I see an F and an O and an S and a U, and like, I think they're just using R's, M's, and N's, and there's like a la right there, or like an L? She says yes. I'm pretty sure she said more than yes, sir. I don't speak cursive, but there was a lot there. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. Wow, what's wrong with her? An absolute fool, an absolute buffoon to study in Japan without speaking Japanese. A fool, what a simpleton. A disrespect for the culture. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Imagine being like, sorry, I really have to leave this murder scene at my professor because I need to go make a really important presentation. Cannot stick around, I'm busy. Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime. Okay, but what I don't get is why is he sitting in that chair if that's not his stake? Hello, Augustine. I have never played any Ace Attorneys before. This is the first one I'm playing. Could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Look at this dead guy. Cursive English, cursive. Speaking in cursive. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused standing right there in this courtroom shot the victim in cold blood. Liar. She's a liar. I got breathing due at midnight. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. You can't trust a white woman with a swan on her head, that's for sure. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Cursive. Speaking in cursive. Some more cursive. Why is she using a mask? Take that off. Legal. Witness testimony. It's gonna be in cursive! A frightening and sorrowful sight. A lot of cursive. She's the Joker. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. False. That's the only time he could have lunch. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. What kind of British lady orders a beefsteak? Is this a man? We all know women eat tiny salads and small tomatoes. Cursive. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument over what? Literally, what do I have to argue about? Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Wow. Look at these lies. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been a culprit. This is a condensed testimony. Hello, Dan Sachs. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. I'm Leafeon. Hello, everybody. Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this Snow White angel. Thank you, Prime Nerd, for the 3 months. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Yunosuke. I'm sorry, Kazuma. I'm so sorry. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. I'm so sorry, Kazuma. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I hold myself in contempt. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. I can't believe that, like, the first case in this game, like, I can't believe the tutorial is, like, white lady pins crime on non-white man. Like, is this really where we're starting with this? And the government covers it up. Like, really? We're just going in with this shit, you guys. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. Are you kidding me? You don't think she can fit a firearm in that swan? That's like their hobby. You don't think she can fit a firearm in this swan? Or like, dead ass? Sorry, that's 2 swears for the swear counter. I'm pretty sure you can fit like a block in there. Like, come on. Look at all that. We don't know what's in there. There's a lot of places a gun could have been. You don't know what women keep under their dresses? I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Thank you, that's what I'm saying! Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. The swan is a gun? I have like a sneaking suspicion that because she's named after Watson's cane gun, that she has like a hidden pistol somewhere in the swan or something, and she just dropped a gun just to goad someone into picking it up. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. I mean, no truer words have been. I have no pockets on my current outfit either, lady. I understand. Can't fit a gun anywhere in this. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Woman blames the fact that dress doesn't have pockets on not being the culprit of murder. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Yeah, this lady's obviously strapped. Don't think about doing anything rash, you know, Skay. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. Literally, she had guns coming out of her wazoo. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Okay, lady. Let's tussle. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Okay, time to press. Let's get to pressing, you guys. Start the pressing. A frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Press. Oh, present. You didn't arrange for it. Like, he had to be late.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? Oh, she's just gonna say no. Hey, I can read that cursive. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. Does that mean that I should have presented that instead of pressing her? Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrive at the restaurant. What happens next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. Who? What fancy English lady would order a beefsteak? Yes! I'm sorry, but can I just accuse her of being like, he was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he had a tooth removed at Hoda Clinic, correct? That's right. I just don't think an English lady, a posh English lady, would order a beefsteak. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. Guilty of being not fancy enough. She'd heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. That would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? What I don't understand is why he was sitting in the seat of the steak. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water? He had a LaCroix? Just water? A LaCroix? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Yunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. Yeah, because there's alcohol at the table. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. Oh. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. It's all about bubbly. I'm currently a big fan of ahas. The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Yunosuke. I ordered a beefsteak for myself and the professor, and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Wait a second. What is this? Is this a glass of carbonated water? Why is there only one glass?
Yes!
He has a sword in the courtroom because he's really cool, and if you're really cool in Japan, you're allowed to carry a sword wherever you want, okay? And that's fact. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. It's because I've had to look at this photo so many times. That was exactly as it was left. I gotta massage my cheeks, I'm reading too much. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Leave me alone, I'm a zoomer, okay? Yunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. You can't cheers with only one cup. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not one. You're quite right, counsel. There's only one glass picture here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? It feels like they always pick a word that I don't know how to pronounce, and then they keep making me say it. Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. You do very good job hiding your presence, but there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. You got a glass up that dress, lady? Oh, cursive, talking in cursive. More cursive. Inspector, what did the lady say? Do we trust this man? I would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. She just really liked the way the glass was, and she didn't have enough cups in her room, so she smuggled it out in her hat. It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been here at all. Pretty suspicious. Good gracious. Who does that? Who witnesses a murder and the first thing they think is better hide my presence here? Sorry. Like, sorry about it. Oh, look at that dress. Look, she can hide so many guns in that dress. There, I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. At least 6 guns. Who would blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. This cursive. Stuffed it up me muff, is what she would say in British. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. She had a purse! Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Could a gun fit in this purse? Who just, like, drinks a glass of water and then stuffs it in her purse? So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. Who just, like, witnesses a murder and then stuffs something into their purse? This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations, so you've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass, but she said her dress didn't have pockets and she couldn't hide a gun, but apparently she has a handbag that a glass can fit in all. Oh, it's suspicious! Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag, and if there's a deeper significance there is... the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Don't you know women carry purses? In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right! Well done, partner, wink. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too, wink. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? I would never go in a lady's purse. So uncouth. No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun. The one that was actually used to kill the professor. Could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? As a woman, I always keep a small gun in my purse. All the purses. The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Because what if there were things in it that men shouldn't see? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Wink. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Ahem, 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 ahem. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. What if she had the beefsteak in her purse? You guys, I have actually smuggled food out of restaurants in my purse. I wrapped a whole ass burger and just shoved it in my bag once. Is she on trial for the hat? No, she's on trial for murder. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. When does the trial for the hat start? Apparently she's really attractive, and we're just not seeing it. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. It was my burger. It was my burger, you guys. Wow, you just forgot? You just fucking forgot about this very important photo? Wow. I'll take that swear L. Do you not see her chin? She's clearly very attractive. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediate. Why does the man have the print? Why does he have a cow on his hand that was also on the 9? We are at 9, you're correct. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. Also, I just want to point out that that cow tattoo stamp on his arm was on the plate. So he must have burned himself, or like, what's happening here? As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. I think it's like the Illuminati. The beefsteak Illuminati. The beef steaky Illuminati. Well, I never. Beef steaky. You can see right through to what's inside. These women and their fashionable bags. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. The Cowminati. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ugh! Women and their fashion! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. I feel like that hat is enough. Like, take her, arrest her, straight to jail with that hat. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit the print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Can I look at my photo now with the... Can't I, like, can I select this? Like, hello? My man's just got a cow on his arm and we're just gonna ignore it? And it's the same as the cow on this plate, so he burned himself. So he was eating the steak! But how could he have been eating the steak when he got his tooth done, or whatever? All very suspect. I think, yeah. The court has now been shown considerable evidence as the photographic print just submitted into the court records appear to have no forensic— What are you talking about? Dude's got a beef tattoo! I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. No! Indeed, there's only one logical conclusion. The beef Illuminati took him out. But the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us as the only possible perpetrator of the crime. 23 hours into the case. Oh yeah, I forgot I have a picture of the lady shooting the British man. Exactly! No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I think you mean objection. I'm in a worse situation than when I was at the start. Kazuma, help! I'm sorry, Yunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. Yunosuke, you have to... Kazuma, what? You mean this is it? Kazuma, but help! Shush. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content. From the inside of your cell! This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will... I like how I'm gonna go in prison and probably die, but I'm like, and my friend won't get to go to Britain. That is so sad. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Lies! He's got a cow on his wrist. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. No, the cow! It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. No, the cow! That smug little... Yunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, yes! I hereby find you. I found a tiny cow! Wait, Your Excellency! Yunosuke? I don't think you can rule out this case yet.
Objection!
Objection! This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Yes! I don't know what the yes means. Yeah, Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. And the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. There's no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. Now that means, if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Yunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. It's not that handbag, it's that hand, you idiots! My thoughts exactly. Really? The prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yeah, I'm literally sitting here like... Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on why this man has a cow tattoo. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that I am unsatisfied. If I am unsatisfied by your response, here the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yeah, the cow did it. The beefsteak did it. The beefsteaky did it. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. It's the beefsteak! It's here! It's literally right here! Hello? Oh, I can present it. Am I on it? Am I on it?
Yes!
Am I on it? Look at this here! There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. It kind of looks like a cow. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. And it looks like a cow? Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. Wow! Is nobody good at their job here? What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. I know! The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as prosecutor, which you pointed out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise detail of this burn. Wait, but like, can in this photo right here, right, there's another cow. There's another cow! Stop speaking in cursive! If I was that lady, I would fake faint, you guys. Or like say that I'm feeling faint. My womanliness is making me weak. It would seem Ms. Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. I'm sorry, we're in court right now. She would like to know if she may be excused. No, you may not be excused from the table. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Lunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm sure. I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Kazuma! Yes, you're right. Am I? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, no, God, come on, people. I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than a conjecture. But if we had evidence, I have evidence. I have evidence that irrefutably linked the burn to the victim's wrist to the case. Would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. You thought she was white? Now she's whiter. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence. So then the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and the trial. It's my time! I can probably just present this, right?
Yes!
Take this and leave me alone. What's this, counsel? Another print with a cow on it? So suspicious. Yes, Your Excellency, I believe those photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? Yeah, let's wrap this up. To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. If that is your real name. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusual shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What?
Objection!
Oh my god, shut up. You can't fool me with your— get out of here. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. How come he gets to interrupt? What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burns? I feel like I'm in school or like Dora the Explorer and they're like, what is it? Where's the map?
Yes!
The beef steak? Oh, I guess that's why they were like pushing the fact that it was beef. Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate, Your Excellency, are you all right? As you can— oh, that looks really good. As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! 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 Everybody, ah! This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! You know, Skate, you genius! You son of a bitch! Aw. You're spot on! Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Oh yeah, Kazuma, get him. Sadly, Prosecutor Auchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that is, it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. So are they implying that he wasn't actually shot? And he was poisoned and the bang from the gun wasn't the gun, it was like a fake bang? But then how did he get a bullet wound though? They said the bullet didn't leave, so was there no, like what the? But you're a detective, not a waiter! He was actually a waiter all along. There you have it, something isn't right here. Or is it that like she killed him and then his hand just fell there? As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. He was already dead! What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, counsel. Then, the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would without any question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Auchi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Because he was already dead. I almost don't believe it. Yunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never jumped we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead! Bum, bum, bum! No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible. If the man was already dead. Already dead? Thank you, Superintendent, for the 11 months. Thank you so much. What if he's just, what if that's his fetish? What if he just wants to burn himself? Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. Wait, didn't I come over there and, like, introduce myself? That's madness! Order, please. Counsel, explain the absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. No, Prosecutor Ouchi. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? He was killed? He's dead? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Yeah, get good, Ouchi. Uninstall. Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. If I was her, I would just faint. I'd be like, oh, my womanliness! Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon this evening. Dun dun dun. But Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all the reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. How come whenever she looks up, she covers her eyes? Pretty sketch. That's what murderers do. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Oh, she could speak Japanese all along. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, perfect Japanese. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language. Yeah, she said your language sucks. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Awkward, but it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. Or maybe just a racist. We are truly honored by this, the lavish consideration you so graciously offer. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, you know, Skye. Witness testimony in Nihongo, the victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. And as far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot. If there's something other... Oh, shoot the glass because they could test it for poison. If there's some other way a man's life could be taken without leaving a trace, please show me poison, you dumb... Sorry. But of course this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyways. She works in the medical department. What was it, like arsenic? Like what? 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 Come at me! I'm a lawyer! That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court history, thank you. Easy does it. I hope that it is the last time I will have to sully my lips with this coarse tone of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. I actually find Japanese better than English. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. I cannot do a British accent for a character, you guys. I'm really sorry. Amen! Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you notice that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination if you fail to demonstrate any problems with the witness testimony. Yeah, to unsubscribe, you'd have to be subscribed first. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. The victim's death. I like how, why is death in quotes? Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. I mean, that's fine. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses into toast, but we already decided there was only one glass. Oh, but she took the glass, so we knew about that. He took the glass. And raised our glasses in toast. Okay, I can go between it. Got it. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible. Well, how does she know?
Yes!
How does she know? How does she know? How does she know what it says? How does she know what it says? Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. Sent her to British prison. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. Who kills a man and then heckin' eats food in front of him? Ice cold, and he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. How am I supposed to prove that it's poison? I concur. Prosecutor Ouchi is right. Ugh. Did I get a strike for that? There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Please do show me. Oh, I got poison somewhere? Like... She had time to kill.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace, like poison, if someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed. Wow, this woman knows a lot of how to kill people, or thrown from a height. However, a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of its deceased, there could be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. We all know that poison is a woman's, favorite weapon. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takasuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing— Come on, Inosuke, come on. Come on, let's, you know, pick up what I'm putting down here. Pick up what I'm putting down. Is it because we don't autopsy the body? Like, why does she know that? Why does she know that?
Yes!
Why does she know that we suck, we don't do autopsies? Inferior, what do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right, lady. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Hello, sir, are you okay? It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. Is he okay? I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Yeah, is the police officer? Yeah, I think the cop got poisoned too. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Auchi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Like, who just coughs up blood and is like, it's fine. There's still something about what Miss Brett said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. I'm literally, like, spelling it out for you. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. She's not a tough witness. What does a British lady know about Japanese crime investigation? Sounds like it was premeditated. That would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What? Ryunosuke, there is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. You think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective! Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma was thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. I know, that towel has to be dripping, absolutely drenched in blood. It was this one, right? It was this one, right?
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean? Wait, how do I press the other guy?
Wait.
There we go. What? There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. He's like, look at all this blood in my hand. That's wild. Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. What are you gonna do? Stab him? It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? Yeah, what marker? Oh, okay, that marker. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Very cool. But by moving the marker left to right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. He's fainting from his loss of blood. He's thinking about the plot of Kingdom Hearts. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move them. Okay, yeah. Focus on the detective. Pursue him. Date him. Marry him. Have a kid with him.
Wait.
I'm going. I'm pursuing. There we go.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. What is the meaning of this? Excuse me. Sir, excuse me. May I have a word? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? Is there something you'd like to say? Please share it with the court.
Objection!
This guy needs to shut up. What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. He's so cool. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yeah, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brent? Look at my man's is dying. That towel is just drenched in blood. Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. She's like, you better not. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Yeah, he's like a crime scene thief. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's something left in the bottle. I can see it. I think it's flat water. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. Ahem. He's not COVID, he's just poisoned. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. The carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record! Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. Unfortunately, I have no idea where the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Okay, wait. How do I tell if it's poisoned? The bottle killed the British man, not the cow. Does that look like poison, you guys? The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Yunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside. You never cease to amaze me, Yunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Yeah, is he a himbo? I don't think he's buff enough to be a himbo. He's lacking. I can't find anything. Wait, I thought I just worked something out. I did it. Is it for later? How dare they make Kazuma so attractive and so good looking? Did I do it? When the waiter brought my steak, raise our glasses to a toast. Okay, can I present this bottle of evidence? Is this gonna fuck me?
Yes!
Oop. What is this? The bottle of water? It's poisoned. Make her drink it. Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. It's actually 11. You're behind. Keep up with the swear count, please. Obviously, I'm referring to poison! Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? He's like, oh, I've been drinking from that bottle. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order. No. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as Professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Jezeel Brett, it was you. And that dumb hat, which should send you straight to jail. This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize this entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Gurg. Ahem. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on this. Finally, I've been saying that this entire time. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady? Where did she come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course, I've been drinking it. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation, every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country! In this country! In this country! We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What about British? What of the Brits? What about their poisons? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I mean, the glass could have been poisoned. It could have been poisoned. I was so sure. This can't be right. It could have been allergies, but I don't know if it comes on, like, if they come on, everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. No, it hasn't! As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding the weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brent. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? I mean, like, why? Who, like, takes a glass with them? Did they test the glass that she took? I'm sorry, Yunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now. No, you are not excused. Not excused. You will stay. Sit your booty down, miss. Hold it! Hello? Wow, I already solved everything. And is anyone allowed in this courtroom? Please wait. Isn't that? What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? Oh look, it's not a real person. In my darkest hour with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued. We're like, come on, we're literally in it. I'm in it. I'm up to my waist in it. I figured it out. Reward me. Reward me. I feel like I could have solved like 5 other cases in the time it's gonna take me to solve this case. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Huh? A judicial assistant? And a woman, no less? Don't you know those aren't people? The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Females! In my courtroom! Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. You can't, like, insert evidence into the end of the case. You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. Yeah, no girls allowed. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, we've got sexism. We've got racism. We've got it all. But Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? You've also got ageism, because they kept calling them old men and youngsters. We've got sexism, we've got racism, we've got ageism. I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What is it, a report about something? Written in English? It's Giselle Brett's research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility. The faculty. Why is it a facility? Why can't it be facility? And borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I don't speak English. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Another word that I can't. Curare? Curare? I've never heard that word. Is that a real word? Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. Yeah, Kuraga? If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into the court record. Jesus! Goodbye then, and good luck. Thank you, woman. Thank you, female. Curare. Curare? Curare. Yeah. What? I don't like saying that. It upsets me. Learn to pronounce noun. A bitter, resinous substance obtained from the bark and stems of some American plants. It paralyzes the motor nerves and is traditionally used by some Indian people to poison their arrows and blow pipe darts. Got it. Okay, so now we know if she's studying. How could she be so obvious? Like, you go to Japan, you study poison, and a man dies. A poison, yeah, made from the bark of a certain tree in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region used it in ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of full-body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. It's so simple. Bye. Oh, should I have, like, looked at that? Like, how come it's because she has somewhere to be? Like, what if I have somewhere to be? I guess I can't select any of it. She's a ghost. Does anybody else have any evidence they would like to submit while we're here? I asked the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. This would be a great medicine if we could find a way to make it not kill people. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look? The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior? Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask you to treat it as an order. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. I've said it many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense. Okay, but I've also said that many times before. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Bum, 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 bum.
Yes!
Bum, bum. Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps? Into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
Not death paralysis, but, you know, close enough. What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of a curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. correct, which means these foreigners and their foreign poisons, it's awful. Close the borders. No matter what test the police can do for toxin, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Bro, this woman guilty. She murderer. Order, order, order. Order, order, order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists to lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with the curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Shut up! Trumpery. These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible sign of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move, unable to breathe. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. What are you gonna say about that? What are you gonna say about that? You're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison? This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught. How come she could say it? It is you who must be taught. Oh, of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? is this again? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? She's gonna drink it. Well, yes, I don't see, why not? She's gonna drink it. She's gonna drink it, but it wasn't in the bottle, it was on the glass. Ew, why was she flat water? Ew. A fate worse than death would be drinking flat water. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and those foolish courtroom antics is laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Pip pip cheerio! Oh wait, what? What are you doing? Ew. Stale water, disgusting. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Island boys, miss you are British. I didn't even put that together. Farcical. God, if she would just drop dead, this would be so much more convenient. We gotta drag it out for another hour. Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. I mean, the fact that I can speak English at all is a miracle. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? Ha 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 ha. Ha. You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue, most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Where'd they get a glass from? Was it just in her purse? Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time. For the furtherance of friendships between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you've given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. I suppose there's nothing else in this little Far Eastern charade. Will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? But there can't have been. Because otherwise she would have kneeled over dead. It's in the glass. It's in the glass. Come on, Inosuke. We have all the clues now. The bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why? Why Inosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead now. Make her drink out of the purse glass. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Customer, what are you saying? Here in front of everybody? Oh, is that what his color is supposed to represent? Is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, counsel, for which you'll be penalized. But like, wasn't it something that we should look into? I don't know why I'm being penalized. This whole trial is poisoned. There has been, I mean, it's not in the bottle. It's not in the bottle. Okay, fine. It fucking has poison in it. Whatever. It obviously doesn't. What was it? The bubbles? Was it the little bubbles? The defense refuses to change its position. Like, what do you want from me? It has to enter a wound. There's no, it's not in the bottle. So what? She poisoned him and then shot him? Like,
Objection!
I don't, what does the game want? Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe that complication can be explained. How, exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here. Okay, so it needs to enter a wound. Would you call your mouth a wound? But if my mouth was a wound, she would have died. I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up. I'm sure the answer's in the evidence, but I still think the fact that she took the fucking glass is really, God, I swore again. What a waste. She shot him and poured poison in his wound to kill him. I mean, I know there's the dental work, and they said they use it as an anesthetic, but how long does it take to... How long does the poison take? Oh. Because he was missing a tooth.
Yes!
But why did you take the glass? Who steals glasses from a restaurant? Who takes glasses? Okay, sus. Sus. What? Kazuma! So it wasn't the tooth? The wretched accused truly intends to assert this claim. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. Which explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water. I'm so confused. Bro, do I look like a doctor to you? So it's not like... Where are we going? Where are we going? It's not the fact that he got his tooth taken out. I'm supposed to resubmit the book, but I already know. What are they? What? What? Oh my god.
Yes!
Why? Why? No, no baby steps. We know how this went down.
Objection!
We don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged... Okay, yeah, okay, let's move. Fuck, what? Oh, I swear again. Oh my god, is someone gonna come in with evidence at the very end? Like, did you know glass counteracts the poison? It's special characteristics, okay. Did you know when you drink this, someone's gonna like run in and be like, excuse me, swan hats counteract poison? Left me curious about something. As you can see, I'm a very smarty boy. I got my smarty pants on. Indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes, and the point of hunting is to, okay. Okay, come on. If they were to use laced arrows and then they'd be all like, oh, the poison in me body, the poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat. Oh my god. Yes, good point. Surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Dun dun dun. Good gracious, Council, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research, you knew curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Okay. What the... Rapscallion! Yeah, so the British man died? Well, you know, are we not gonna talk about the hat? Are we just gonna, like, move past it? It turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
This man needs to sit down. This poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. Okay, it's your book, you wrote it. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. The swan is the murderer. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Succus. Oh yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers, what are they? At the end, I expect the British lady to turn into a bird. So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No? Order in the court, order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Okay, come on. Come on, ask me for evidence. Ask me for evidence! Ask me for evidence! Is curare poison? Yeah, okay, no it's not. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Ask. Ask me. Ask me! Ask! You racist lady! Surely even a little cockroach like you can understand something as simple as that. I do! And rebuttal. Objection! 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 What is this? Welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's the rush of law! It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
He did it! He did it! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. Is this the power of law? How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is not. Yeah, screw the power of friendship. Give me the power of law. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence, as we know that this is poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the... You want to know? You want to know, don't you?
Drink that!
You want to know? You big and stupid man! Miss Brett so readily pointed out she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poison water? side? Yes, like the wound you might have. If you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ah! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah! So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Heh. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What? What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Well, she's gonna murder him. You see? When you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. I don't know. I feel like this is pretty damning. Like, hello? Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid, I mean, like, some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. Like, I feel like that puts you in contempt of court. No! What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She smashed it in the Supreme Court. What a terrible. Yeah, it was such an accident. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time? This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I know, now they can't convict her because she broke the bottle, obviously. I assure you it will soak up water beautifully. The Brits make great soaking carpets. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. Ah ha ha! How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump that bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. I read hump the first time and I was like, whoa. No wonder this is T for teen. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we, if there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Oh my god, please don't talk about the gun. Please don't talk about that gun! Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Please, please. Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to the photographic print, I presume, dear lady? That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is this little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. And then, in order to frame Yunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. I mean, yeah, that's how it went down. Then in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. Hehehehe, what a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Yunosuke Naruhodo. Ugh. This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Yunosuke, yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true, so if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head. You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. Why are we putting yous in words? Did you smell it? Did you smell the blood? What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Ew. Got blood on his steak. Who just like remembers blood? Is Kazuma right? That's just ketchup. Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Is that a clue? I feel like it's not a clue. It's probably like ketchup or something. I don't know what Brits use. I feel like that's not a clue, but they want me to say it's a clue, but I feel like it's not a clue. Like, and who's gonna, like, what is blood behind him? They say that one other guy said he was shot from behind, and like the blood didn't go through the body. Oh, I'm gonna fuck this up. I'm gonna save. Hold on, we're scumming. Hold on, guys, we're scumming. I don't know. It feels like they made such a big deal about it. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you? Inosuke. But for some reason, you can't take it all out at the beginning of the case. You have to slowly bring it out over a period of time. Come on, then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence from your mind. Who puts ketchup on a steak? It has to be blood. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. None. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... What? You really want me to meander my way over? What's this? Wait. What's this? Is this... What's this? Is it this? Are they trying to distract me? With this? When it's actually this? Is that a bullet? Like, what is that? Okay, I'm saving. It's weird. I'm saving. Scum it. We're scumming. Like, what is this?
Take that!
Looks like a finger. It's right here. What is that? What was that? It was nothing? It was nothing? Guys, are you... What is that? What is that?
Take that!
You say it's not that complicated, but literally the entire time they've been like, it's like this, but wait, it's not. It's pretty complicated. I'm like, I just want it to end. I literally just want it to be over. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely, like, just give me all the evidence. It's got aesthetic holes. Yeah, it definitely, you know. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day. And you're telling me this man wouldn't be like, by the way, I also have the steak? And the tablecloth? And the chair? A memory that's been troubling me. Oh yeah, that's some solid evidence you got there, your memory. I saw the scene shown in this photograph with my own mind. Saw it. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on. I know! Like, it's been 4 hours and we're still doing this? Like, I might have to call it. I didn't realize this was gonna be so obnoxious. It's ketchup. I hope, but she licks it and she's like, ketchup. English people like ketchup with their steaks. Oh, really? And what of it? Lick it. Bring out the plate, make her lick it. Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. The reflections on the glass reveal the British woman holding a gun. I am losing my mind. This is why I don't like crime shows, you guys. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This man needs to sit down. This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something that accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector? You mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, mean and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. Like, why didn't he just submit the plate when he submitted the glass? We must examine it now. Just pull it out of your back pocket. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. And he didn't notice it had blood on it? Yes, sir. Oh my god, the steak's still on it. That's disgusting. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate. At your leisure. I really hope it turns out it's just ketchup. Wow, there's no blood on that plate. Wild. Who could have seen this coming? Me. Me, because I'm not allowed to be happy. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it. I saw all of it. What, is this the wrong steak? Is it the other person's steak? Does this steak have too many bites out of it and the other steak only has 2 bites and he accidentally gave us the sergeant's steak and not the lady's steak? It was right there on the table behind the professor. There's blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Ah! You see? This is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ah! The racism! I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Wow, they're always like so excited. They always want to reach a conclusion whenever I'm the one that's gonna die. But then when we try to reach a conclusion, they're like, I don't know if this is good enough. But whenever, you know, the turntables, it's always like the conclusion. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. What? Does this one have too many bites out of it? Just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I'm lost. Yunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. What's the final gavel? He's been gabbling this entire time. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Oh, now you're encouraging. Before you were like, oh no, we're screwed. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? I object. I want to look at the steak. That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. And it's not the same steak. Is that what it is? It's not the right plate. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues? No, it is the same steak. They got me. Like, Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. That would be like rotten. That would have maggots in it by now. I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett. We must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is the new clue to be found? Oh, is it that it's flipped? Is that what I present? This little nub over here? I'm gonna get it wrong just because I don't know where to touch it. What do you want? What do you want? This is like when you put in a decimal and it's actually supposed to be like a fraction and you're off by like a point. God, I'm gonna... Okay, guys. I quit law. I don't want to go into law. I literally can't save. Like, I couldn't save during that. Guys! Where on the screen am I supposed to click? No, they were biting the steak. Like... Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is the new clue? I don't know. I don't know. Is it this, like, who eats a steak? I was on... Okay, people are saying click the cow head. People are saying click the steak. I mean, we already clicked the cow head. Like, we already clicked it. But I don't understand how the steak is the evidence. Is it the fact that it's not rotten and it's been 3 days?
Got it.
Bruh, all I have is this piece of steak! Okay, we're clicking all over the steak. We will literally click on every part of the steak. I don't... Like, who eats a steak like this? We checked the back. There's nothing on the back. It's a board. Like, it doesn't even want me to click on the steak. Oh no, it does. I still think it's flipped. Like, is it not flipped? I mean, I guess when the cursor changes like that, you can click on it. Oh. I can't find anything out of place. Oh, wow, that would have been something that, thank you for telling me that. That would have been really helpful. If the tutorial had explained that. This emblem on the side of the plate, is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? And that's some steak. I can't, like, load my game, so I'm gonna have to fail out of it if you want me to check other. Oh, disgusting. What? Okay, you guys, this is the tutorial. I would just like to wrap this shit up. What's it doing there? A gold coin under my steak? Apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. How many people failed out of this tutorial? This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearl before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and buoy. I'm gonna unalive myself right now, you guys. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... What? Literally, what does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? That people are hiding coins under their steak? It's from the Hoei era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look, what? Are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, you know, Skye. A Koban coin underneath this steak? There's only... What is the logical explanation? Describe this to me. Tell me. What is the logical explanation? I would love to hear it. A Koban? What on earth? Ahoy, I wanted that. Miss Brett, are you hiding gold coins under steaks? Oh, because it's not their steak? I said it wasn't their steak from the beginning! Tell me! Why is there an old coin under your stinky steak? I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant, but how was I supposed to be like, oh, let me check under this meat. Oh, there's a coin here. Obviously, this English woman would never have a coin under her steak. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment's distraction. I know when I'm a chef, I hide gold coins under all of my steaks. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoei Koban just happened to be hidden underneath this piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath this piece of steak? If this turned out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. I will give it up willingly for you. And also it doesn't matter, because you're gonna go to jail. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Let me guess, this is gonna tell me that I'm wrong if I pick the curator because it was the sergeant who stole it, and they're gonna be like, it's wrong. It's the sergeant's coin. You should know that they stole it.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer, an owner of Rasute Curio Kurakura-san. Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber or something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something. Okay, but, like, can't we just, like, wrap up, like, why do we need to solve the mystery of the coin and we cannot just wrap up the fact that this isn't her steak? At exactly the moment the gun was fired, what, she, like, swap the stakes? Like, the gunshot, interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure! Indeed. The Hoei era Koban, my prize coin. Then this Hoyer Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Attention!
No, please. Why would Kurokuro-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurokuro-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. I just want it to go in like a normal direction for like 5 seconds. For 5 seconds. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back to round that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch. I mean, okay, we kind of like that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Wow, what a reunion. Everybody's back. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. See, that man also wants to unalive himself. He's like, can I please go home? Be that as it may, Kurokuro-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. I felt like the case was ending at so many points during this. I was like, we did it, we got it. We did it, we got it. And then they were like, but you've fallen for my trap card of this thing that I never told you about. That one, the very exact one that it is. The resplendent, splendiferous Hawaii treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man? Enlighten this decrepit old fool, put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Okay, but here's my thing. We get that the guy stole it. We get the sergeant stole it and hid it in order to take it home with him or whatever he wanted to do with it. But the real thing that we need to get at is that that wasn't her steak plate. When are we gonna get to that point? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. So I'll just sit here quietly and think about it for a second. Excuse me, could I say something? Only if it's useful. Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another. So now we're gonna solve 2 cases. Man, they better make me a lawyer after this. That's right, the secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flesh out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurokuro-san's Koban is all too clear. What? I think the Corps would like to hear the defenses. I'm just gonna watch the musical at this point. I'm gonna watch the musical. If they could sing this, it would be a lot more interesting. Do it. Sing it for me.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iesanosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnivale, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind all of this. You guys said it was the baby. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. You... Oh! He's killing him! He's killing him! Clippy cloppy, clippy cloppy, clippy clop! What if it's not a... What if it's a human? Look at it. Holy, he's killing him! He's breaking his neck! He's gonna break his neck! That's not a baby, it's an old man! What?! I want to, like, throw something, but I have nothing to throw. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iesanosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Where did my stress ball go from Death Stranding? I had it. Oh, here it is. I found it. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages that the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living. The baby is actually an alien working for the British Secret Naval Forces. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang. Did you know somebody got shot? Did you guys forget that somebody got shot? Now that we're solving another case? Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. Yeah, was someone shot? Where are we? I don't remember what happened. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Okay, go. We're in courtroom 2. You can go into courtroom 1 and, like, have this conversation there, okay? Go to courtroom 1. I don't... Scoot over! This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own... That's what I'm saying! I'm with the racist British... I shouldn't say that. I'm with the British lady. Well, Miss Brett. Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. My esteemed gentleman, please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. Man, every time she asks to be excused, they're like, yeah, whatever, but she's clearly just as guilty as I am. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant, which certainly appeared to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork is beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you. No, she can't leave. Literally, we're not done here. If I have to be here, she has to be here. And good day. Yunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. Was it biting your steak? I feel like there was... Why is no one bringing up that it's a different plate? Why? Why? If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Like, obviously it was his plate. You could think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. I'm just gonna save it, because I only have one thing left, and I'm afraid that it's gonna go away. There's no proof bloody plates exist. And the fact that she has a coin under her steak isn't weird to anybody else? Wait, Miss Brett. Don't you know I have some other, like, don't you have some other really weird stuff to share that will turn this case on its head once again? There's something I'd like to ask you. I don't want to ask you anything, murderer. I'd like to explain the contradiction in your pairing words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? Maybe if I didn't have to read every single line they were saying, it wouldn't be as hard. What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Yunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of it. Is that what we're... Is that it? Is that what we're gonna pick on, and not the fact that, you know, it wasn't her plate? As for picking up your steak, biting into it without using a knife. Do I have to point out the fact that there's a knife and the fork on the table in the photo? What do you want? What do you want, game? I'll do it. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. Oh, God. Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it? Bruh, I got the fork and knife on the table with the steak. I got a literal steak that has teeth holes in it. What do you want? Is it this? Is this what you want? Is this what you want? The fork and knife, like, and the knife's clearly been used? Like, what do you want?
Take that!
What do you want? Take it all. Take all the evidence. The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred? Yeah, the knife's dirty. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. I need some glasses to push up. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. It's a dirty knife. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as a very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and a fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak. It's particular, the edge of where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Couldn't that guy just tell us it was his steak? Like, couldn't the sergeant just be like, yeah, and that's my steak? Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and a fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. I just know that there's like a whole part of this game where like we go to England and we meet Sherlock Holmes and like we're not even gonna get there because we're stuck here. Of course. I wanted to like search for clues and like find stuff. This will be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I've heard enough. Your irritating little spectacle samurai relic. Of course. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications those teeth marks on the steak have for her. Yunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last. It's all come together. Okay, the plate isn't hers. Okay, the teeth marks on the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the blood stain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks on the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Someone tell this woman to shut up. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? Yeah, I feel the same way, ma'am. You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Wow, what a evidence that hasn't been brought before the court? Usually, I don't think you can, in a real court case, I don't think you can submit evidence that hasn't already been previously submitted to the, like, literally, you have to have the evidence wrapped up. You can't just be, like, running to the fucking kombini to grab a family chicken because you think it's evidence. But just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean the evidence does not exist. I feel like that sums up this entire game. Just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean the evidence doesn't exist. This is absurd. The trial has run several... I agree, sir. I agree. Yes, I agree. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? Literally, just take me in. I did it. I'm guilty. I killed him. It was me. It was me. Just take me in. There can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. Oh, is it the glass? If that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case, except for it won't, because there will be something about it that's a little off, and then nobody will believe me. And then we'll have to get another piece of evidence, and another piece of evidence. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? Guys, I'm confused. I assume we're talking about the other plate, because it's hitting both of them. But God. Like, do I really have to pick, like, be like this guy? The answer's obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusions? You've literally been withholding evidence this entire time! That's ridiculous. I have, yeah, just cough on the steak a little bit more. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting to stealing Kodakuda's yoke, slipped under his steak. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? 10 shot. Affirmative, of course. We couldn't have asked him this like 10 hours ago. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal!
Objection!
That makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Just put down on the swear jar. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak because she uses a knife, like an English lady, because she's an English lady with a bird hat, and she's British. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the 2 steaks over. No, I just think the guy brought the wrong steak. I just think he brought the wrong steak. You did switch, no! Can we use channel points to ask for more swears? I wish. After it happened, bang! Okay, yeah, did you know a man was shot? Because I think we've been losing the plot a little bit here. When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just pocket the coin and run? But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. Wow, people were, I'm gonna say it, you guys, people were really fucking busy while I was on the floor looking at that gun. How, was I looking at the gun for 5 fucking minutes? That lady flipped the chair around, that guy swapped the steak, and I was just looking at a gun the entire time? How long was I looking at the gun? There was a whole, like, affair going on in the background while I was staring at that gun. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. But like, I don't believe that everyone just stood up when a man was dead and a man walked over and swapped the steak and a woman turned the table, like the chair around, and nobody saw that happen. Is it me? Is it my photographic memory? Does nobody else remember things? It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. However, fear not, Prosecutor San. What now? That's what I want. I'm literally without you now. At the beginning, I was like, this man's ridiculous, but now I'm sitting here like, what? What else? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
It's 12:30 in the morning. So if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. This man switched a whole goddamn steak and nobody noticed? Inspector Hosonaga, yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but you also took the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Yes! Wow! Oh my god! That's correct! Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. Shut up! What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? I can't have the slightest bearing on the case. No, you're not wriggling your way out of this one, my lady. I beg your pardon? Surely, you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Tisk thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. Why do we have to describe the location of everything? There was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. Imagine if this one also has no blood. I will... And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Stop messing up! Get the steak plate! Sorry for keeping you. Ah! There's blood! Here's the other steak. So this man went back to his home, looked at 2 plates, saw that one plate had blood blood on it, and the other plate had nothing on it, and was just like, I'm gonna take this empty plate. This other plate with the blood stain on it is clearly no concern of mine. Please feel free to examine it. Do I have to? Like, do I have to? The blood stain. It's clearly visible.
Yes.
Look. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the, if someone said if it's ketchup, shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. If I was that lady, I would lick that blood up and be like, it was ketchup. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ugh! It can't be! In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Ugh! Ugh! She's doing it! She's evolving! She's evolving! That's right. Miss Jezeel Brett. It's you! Evolve. All she had to do was not say anything. Yeah, I would just faint. My poor female constitution. Outdone? By a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. Scraw! Scraw! Yeah! Oh, the baby! Oh my god, so many babies! And she said she couldn't hide a gun in there. Wow, is this... Oh, there's a little brown one! Goodbye. She's ascended. Don't ask me why she killed him. I honestly don't care. They're so cute. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman, forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day, the truth, this time. Don't curtsy at me. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using the curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water? Because curare isn't heard of here in Japan? Oh my gosh, she's so smart. Yes, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professors take one tiny sip of the water and it would have all been over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, what is she gonna reveal that she's the Queen of England and has like immunity or some shit? Sarah, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Hello, Monster Zero. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had to lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. Paralyzed! I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. Oh my god, that scared me. There's no point. There's no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan, the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my knowledge and advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt! Because I'm a woman! Under your skirt? Where your vagina is?
So I was right. There were 2 guns! Yes! And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. Women don't have rights to guns. And then just bent down to pick it up like the little bitch you are. Bang! Bang! How many times have I listened to this man get shot? That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside because I'm a bad detective. That's when I took the opportunity to turn to the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it so the guy came and didn't notice that the chair was turned around and he called himself a detective? Fire this man. Fire this man right now. Fire him. Don't you ellipses at me, game. Honestly, fire everyone. So there you have it. Look at my Pokemon stress ball. It's all ruined and wrinkly. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Yeah, it's just a misdemeanor. It's not a murder. Your Excellency, may I be excused? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? Wink, 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 wink. Wink. I shall call on you. Wink. Holy shit. Holy shit, they're in cahoots. They fucking. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. I've given up on being reformed. I don't want to be reformed anymore. I'm not reformed. I don't want to be reformed. She's just gonna leave? She just gets to commit murder and leave? It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Takasuchi Aichi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. I'm gonna have to drink so much after this. You'd better start getting used to tough opponents. Arg! Yunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are we sorting? Jesus! You can't attack people in the court! That's illegal. Oh, he's cool though. He can get away with it. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. That's so embarrassing. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our court's judicial systems. About you can submit evidence whenever the hell you want, it doesn't matter. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Yunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern mythology. Yeah, whatever. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Sogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Observe everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? What do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. In your ability to remember really important things at the last second. Very impressive. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that out onwards. Your ability to remember really important things at the last second. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Aw, yeah, and the sakura petals fall from the ceiling. Aw, yeah, party! I will not be tried for murder. This court is now adjourned. Please. I can't make this go any faster with the typing. There is no speeding it up. There is only pain. I can't believe it! I can't believe what's happened! I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke! You hottie! You finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Ha 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 ha. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place. Yeah, I don't owe you shit. You didn't help me at all. I had to do it all myself. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard. So, my question is, the poison doesn't seem like it would have mattered at all if I had remembered that the blood stain was on the wrong side of the body. The poison would not have mattered, right? Like, it wouldn't have mattered, because they would have been like, oh yeah, there's no way you could have shot him with the bloody steak plate. Our trusty assistant, you worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do any. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked, and it was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Yes, of course. Holy shit, this was a 5-hour tutorial. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotowa. Judicial assistant to the defense. Yeah, I know, I was there. I was there! Speaking of Mikotoba, but what if she had 2 guns? She had 2 guns, so she threw it on the floor and then she shot him and the other guy picked it up. There you are, I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. And we still don't know why she killed him. We still don't know why she even killed him. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. What if this man set it all up? Professor Mikotoba studies overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Is he gonna look at me and be like, I think Naruhodo should go to England. Great Britain is a magnificent country, it leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will, I'll learn, I'll do it. Good for him. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking the sword to Great Britain, are you? I hope he does. Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to that woman? To Giselle Brett. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. She's run to the embassy and left the country. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate, but what's with all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Yeah, so... She should have just confessed and then left. Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now, and that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. So they made me spend 5 hours, and they're like, the woman's she's fine. She's free. And so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments. They can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So this Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game, all along. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. You were gonna die! I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we have custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make a change! This is the time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that women will receive the judgment she deserves. Yeah, kumbaya. Yes, change is coming. And we're the ones driving it. That's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Yeah, did we forget that I was almost gonna die? For something I didn't do? Hello? In that case, might I suggest No, I don't want to eat at your fucking restaurant! I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're Detective Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Ahem. I don't want to eat whatever food you're touching, whatever COVID you have, you disgusting, blood-spewing man! Like, what? You want me to go eat there after I almost died because I went there? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. Oh my god! I shall go and attend to the paperwork, and she doesn't even get to come? This woman doesn't even get to come? When she brought the conclusive evidence? Friggin' what? No girls allowed. No girls allowed in the steakhouse. It's probably like a fucking Outback Steakhouse. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. Everyone laughs at me. I didn't do a thing. I mean, you're not wrong. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Tell me that I'm going to England! To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during the trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious! Imagine giving up your dream because your friend remembered that there was some blood on a plate. If I had helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean for remembering really important facts at the very last minute. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do. That's all because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry, what do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Yunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? What is it? His mind? Knowledge of the law? No, that's ridiculous! The ability to believe! To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Yeah, it's not knowledge of the law. That's you don't need to know that at all. Like, you believed in me when I said I didn't do it? I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth, friendship. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner, but being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. See, Sarah, you can become a lawyer after all. Yeah, apparently you don't need to know anything about law. You need to believe! Believing in your client! Wow, OJ's defense really believed in him, you guys. They were like, OJ, I really believe in you. You didn't do this. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations, time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. I just threw my stress ball. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. That's the third case. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Yunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is it? I would just like the progression! You're still here, are you? Just wipe the blood off your face. Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right here. We'll be right there. Let's pick up! We should be celebrating right now. You have your first court victory and your study tour in Great Britain. Thank you. God. That too. Just give it to me. Give it to me. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Makotoba. That girl who doesn't matter. She can't come to dinner. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still, female. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Wow. End. Yay. End. One more case, let's go! So this is it, the adventure of the unbreakable speckled band. So, oh god. Oh, wait. Oh, I assume you have to like, oh, it's like chapters, I see. I can't just go here, right? What? could just go to episode 5? Oh no, wait, I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this. No, no. Close it out. Close it out. If I knew, I would have just skipped to not the tutorial. We're back here tomorrow, same time. No. I'll be back on my stream tomorrow. Okay, guys, thanks for hanging out. I have officially lost my voice. This is it. This is the end. I've lost my voice. Goodbye, everybody. I'm gonna go drink now. Thanks, guys.